Hello everyone and welcome back to Phoenix Wright. So, I apologize for the delay of the last two episodes. I didn't realize we got above 70 episodes, and I kind of wanted to end around 70, 75 episodes for this series. So I'm compiling my entire recording sessions into the last two episodes. Like, they're gonna be a couple hours long at least. So, we're gonna finish the game today, hopefully. I'm very excited to see how this goes. I don't know how close we are to the end. I don't know if they're gonna add anything else onto this, but I feel like we're getting somewhere. I think we might be able to end this. So, unfortunately, we're not playing as Edgeworth anymore. But you know, you can't have that forever. That'd be like eating ice cream every day. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant's Lobby Number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kinda strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Wait, she's in the prosecutor's lobby? Why is she in the prosecutor's lobby? And also, Edgeworth! Yay! Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? Yeah, I didn't even read what Phoenix said there. I myself was like, wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? No, it's not von Karma. No, it's not it's gotta be Godot. I don't think, yeah, I'm pretty sure Franziska's not in charge of the prosecutor. Is not the prosecutor in charge of this case anymore. I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yeah, I told you. It's definitely Godot. Like, you saw him and Franziska. You saw the conversation between them. He just literally said, yeah, this is my case, pretty much. Like, as soon as Phoenix was back, he's just like, yep, this is my territory. What? Then who is? Yeah, who else would it be but Godot? Exactly! Come on, dude. Come on, Phoenix, you know this. Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. Wait, why? How is she... Oh, okay. With the head nun's assistance. Naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I know. I can already see it in your eyes. Yeah, you know, at this moment, I really want Edgeworth to be my sidekick in this case. Just, like, at the trial. Just, you know, please. Just... It would be amazing to have Edgeworth take over for Maya. Kind of like Franziska did earlier during the investigation. It would be like a dream come true. Or at least get some more Edgeworth in there. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Huh, so okay, so this is going to be the end of this. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Man, Edgeworth. Such a cool guy. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Yeah, there's still a lot I don't understand personally. And oh man, I don't think this is gonna go well. Like, There's still so much I don't understand, personally. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham. No, I mean, Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. That's one thing that's one of the things I'm really confused about. Because there's no reason for Larry to lie about this. There's absolutely nothing Larry would gain from lying about that. So I want to know what's going on there. And what that woman is really after. Well, we know what she's after. She wants Pearls to be the head of the family. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Almost mispronounced tragedy. That would have been awkward. Oh man. Phoenix and Godot showing off for the finale. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Oh, yeah, whoops! Wait! Little brother! Okay. I'm sorry. I was just reading through that, and then I was like, wait a minute. Hold up a second. Yeah, I didn't even think about it when I saw a normal judge. I was just like, oh, it's normal judge. This is so nice. Little brother. That's his little brother? I thought it was just him from like a parallel universe or something. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Not really. Why is one of them Canadian then? And he's blonde too. I guess he's a little brother. Maybe did normal judge look like that back in the day? Also, why is his little brother so annoying compared to him? I miss the normal judge actually. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Oh man. Miss this coffee drinking guy. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So, then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Oh boy. What's this gonna do? What is she gonna say here? How is this gonna change everything? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Well, that is a smart way of avoiding gold diggers. My name is Iris, but I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright, what is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place, and her spirit left I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Sakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? At least he's not Canadian, Judge. Then he would have just said, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Order in the court. Order. Witness. Are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? Oh my god. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Yeah, that kinda rhymes. That Godot. That Godot guy, that meddling Godot. So, this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Well, that's a way of taking care of that, I guess. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crimes are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is covering up for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle, or a life jacket, or a boat. You know, we're just kind of sitting in the lake now. We're kind of fucked. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming... Maya? Yeah, so that... Oh, I'm sorry, my head hurts. I couldn't even react properly to that. I'm just sitting here like... Yeah, I'm just sitting here with the look on it. It's just like... What? Oh my goodness. What is happening? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Order. In the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. How would she have done it? Like... It's just... No, it's... First of all, there's no way Maya did it. But it's gonna look bad because that's her mother that technically abandoned the Korean channeling, the Korean technique and all that. So they might use that against us. But, it's not Maya. There's no way. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Yeah, oh my god, this is... I don't know. This is gonna be hard, dude. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal Wait, what? So now you're... Okay, so you're saying that it started with... Maya, or Mystic Elise... Yeah, Elise attacking Maya. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. But then why would... Like, there's no reason for Maya's mother to attack her. At least that I would know. And then again... Oh... I just don't have enough information about it. Oh... That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Yeah, oh crap, I forgot about that, yeah. Yeah, it was her being, channeled, her twin sister, Dahlia, being channeled. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. See, I'll press on that one last, just because I think that might be the one that I need to press on. Just because, I mean, as Phoenix just said, it was Dahlia that was at the inner temple, not Iris. So I'm gonna press on the rest of these first, just so I can, you know, actually get all this dialogue and learn as much as I can and all that. You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute, what was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. That too! We just established that the murder weapon would have been her staff, and anyway, it would make sense that if they were having that confrontation, and they were fighting, if we're going along with the story, she wouldn't just go grab a random dagger, she would use her sword cane. I mean, come on. It's a freaking sword cane. A dagger, huh? And at least Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Ha. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? I do have a problem! How much... I don't want to move on that fast, though, because there was a lot of problems with this. Then again, that was like... Was that the final statement of hers, or was there, like, one more? You know, I'll just say there is a problem. I don't want to risk getting penalized. I thought the first one was going to be the one I was going to have to press on. That's why I avoided that one. The first statement. I thought that was the one I was going to find the contradiction in. I wasn't expecting her to bring up the dagger. This changes things. This changes what I'm gonna be focusing on then. Then we're gonna focus on the murder weapon. So yeah, I'll just say there's a problem. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yeah, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. That's all I get to say. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Oh, jeez. Intimidating the judge, man. Well, that's nothing new. Let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside. Okay, even that, just right there. It's fairly obvious that just... yeah, that one's obvious, but... Okay, I do get to go through the rest of these, though. Let's go and, press on this now. Since I skipped this because I thought that was going to be the main point. Sister Iris, your testimony's changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the Inner Temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. Huh. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. Okay, we press on that. Press on that. Staff, yeah, we know that one. Tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. Let's press on the rest of these. And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Fey's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this. I only have this to say. So, you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Dunham. Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yeah. Huh. Trite. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this! I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't really understand. There's only one thing you need to understand, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? Man, he's just getting impatient. I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt her standing with the judge. First I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Okay, and we're back at the beginning now. She threw her staff away, pulled the dagger. Let's press on that, and then if pressing on it's not the answer, we're going to present the sword cane. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. Okay, that's even more. That's confirming it even more. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with the staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yeah, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this. Let's see, threw her staff out here. I'm guessing that she's going to say that, like, are they gonna pull, like, she mistook this... Well, you can't even I was gonna say she was gonna try to play it off like she mistook that for a dagger, but there's no way you can mistake that for a dagger. That's a sword cane. That's a full-on sword. The sword hidden inside, no one knows except Detective Gumshoe and I. So, well, unless Godot knows this somehow. I don't know. I don't know what he knows. He's a mysterious guy. Anyway. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of the events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. With longer reach, and safer. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection.
That was impressive. That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But, even so, how should I put this? A longsword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective at close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her own blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. So I guess we're gonna have to present her, did it change her name on her profile? Here it is. Real name Misty Fey. I guess it has it there. So, yeah. Unless we have a separate profile for Misty Fey herself, even though I don't know why they would. Yeah, they would just kept it on the same profile. So I guess we'll just present her profile. At least Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name is not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who's this Misty Fey, and is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ooh, Godot wasn't expecting that one. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away his sword during a fight, and 2. That the two people battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup in the morning. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. No, he's not. Coffee is perfectly good. Although, I mean, I don't even drink that much of anything. But still, you can never go wrong with some good coffee. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that a dagger the witness testified to seeing? Oh. This is interesting. That's not what I was expecting. So, that actually has blood on it too. Crap. Because we're trying to say... So they're bringing in another weapon. This is gonna get really confusing. I don't like this. Is gonna get really confusing. Well, it would have been nice to know about this, but, you know... How come she doesn't actually work for us? Sad face. Obviously, Your Honor, but do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be a bloodstain. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? The pine tree? I didn't even remember there being a pine tree. His dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. Wait, what? Really? Wow. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha, were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of the morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that the blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her alright. Godot X dagger, huh? Is that the new craze these days? Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Shit. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Moe is life. Cute girls never lie. That is, that's an interesting philosophy. In any case, witness, if you would please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back up to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Yeah, but then why would she even want to kill her in general? Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Like, there's no motive for murder at all. Alright, stumbled over after being over the head, or being hit over the head. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching over the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden where the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Miss Elise, next attack, it stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff, then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think I got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated, or got knocked away. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground, and then at some point Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yeah. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Dunham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise, and Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yeah. Mystic Elise managed to fling— Wait a minute. Stabbed in the stomach. Hold up a minute. Wait a second. That's not right. Yeah, that's not right. 'Cause, yeah, she died. She died from, a stab in the back. I remember that. Because that's the way the picture showed her being stabbed as well. She was stabbed in the back. Miss Elise managed to flit and deny away, but then she collapsed. Where was that statement at? I think it didn't show the statement there, but still. Where did the dagger go? Wish I could have her add that to the testimony. I have no idea, it was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found this dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was pulling towards the tree after the struggle. That explains the most likely explanation. That is the most likely explanation, yes? After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if a spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Yeah, I wish they would have the... So you... Like, would this count then? Would this be the statement that... Because it doesn't it's not specifically saying that she stabbed her in the stomach, but, I mean, they've stated multiple times that the way Iris is saying this, it's intended that she was stabbed in the stomach, but the autopsy report itself says she was stabbed in the back. And I know this isn't explicitly stating that she was stabbed in the stomach. It would be nice if it did, because then I'd be 100% sure on presenting this here. But I think this is the glaring contradiction to me. Loss of blood from stab in the back. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave me contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim, who had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yeah, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, and not the front. Sister Iris, it appears that another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha, it's simple. People are like bugs. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that the darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it out with these cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff when fighting being... let me say that again. Throwing away useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... You ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. Or naive. I don't know why I said that weirdly. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration in the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. True, she did give that like a disclaimer. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? You mean like the one from Death Note? I mean, no, maybe not, you know. I don't know how to fit that reference in, I just felt like saying it. By the way, did you know? I'm sorry if you can hear that knocking. I got ice in my water bottle because it is hot out. And I don't have a fan blowing on me because that would ruin the recording totally, so I need to have something to keep me cool. The Inner Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in their training, the stone lantern in the garden is to always be lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Oh man. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. I gotta read what those say, actually. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? Yeah, hold on a minute, everybody. I gotta read what these say. A lantern from the Inner Temple garden was not lit on the night of the crime. Even though there was that huge, well, I guess that was man-made anyway, that huge, like, non-snowy area around it. Because it was specifically, it was like a perfect square around it. Found behind the tree in the inner... The blood is now being analyzed now. What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. Something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh, shit. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, his eyesight's bad! Is that why? It says... It says Maya upside down. Well, what the... Oh, that's actually really interesting. I like the way they did that. Because, Godot mentioned earlier that his eyesight was really bad. Like, he was, even with the huge contraption on his face, he could barely read, or he had a lot of problems just seeing things. So it actually makes sense why he wouldn't know why that was there. And I feel like, I don't know exactly, but I feel like there was another situation where something similar like this happened, and that explains why that happened too. At least I think there was another situation like this. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Huh. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Could it be? Yeah, this is what I thought. You can't see the bloody writing at all. Yeah, that's really interesting. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? He's out of it now. Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from a caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time for me to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I don't know about that. I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. There's gotta be something wrong about that. Like, carrying that body that entire way? And then... why was the snowmobile out there to begin with? That's the question. Actually, I don't remember why. Maybe I'm forgetting something. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yeah, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry for being overly quiet. I'm just thinking about this, like, oh, this case is... oh, I've really got to think about this case. This is a lot harder than the previous cases. This one just went up in difficulty a lot. So, anyway, after Mystic Elise died, called out Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job to judge and mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done. It's my duty to protect the future of the master of the tradition. So then you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yeah, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. With the body from the Emperor Temple by myself. That would have been hard. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought it was the best thing. The best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved the body all by yourself. Yeah, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing that you could do it all the way across, that rickety old bridge. It looks a lot worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to even catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? True, true. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that I would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha, makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? I used the snowmobile carried back to Hazakura Temple. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yeah, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Ooh, ask about the snowmobile and about the tracks. Or about the tracks, or forget it. Well, we kind of already know about the tracks, don't we? So I kind of want to ask about the snowmobile. Maybe I'll ask about both if I can. Let's hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection.
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you. She said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Man, Godot, I wasn't even planning on Godot pointing out the contradiction there. Holy crap. Godot, you wanna help me with my job over here? You come stand on this side with Phoenix, just kick him down and just stand on top of him or something. Become the best defense lawyer. Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yeah, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ha, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... You'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then. Let's continue with the testimony. When you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to Hazakura Temple, the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought, anyway. And then I used the Shijishito to alter the way the wound looks. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yeah, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Dunham. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. Wait a minute. In all this, there's one thing that's still kind of confusing for me. Didn't wasn't it established a while ago that the body had fallen? At least I specifically remember them stating it had fallen. I don't know if we've... I don't remember if we've... like... that was just... conjecture, or... if that was actually, like... a proven fact that the body had fallen. Because if it had fallen... like... because they're saying it fell from the room, which is way up, then... this would be really weird. Because for that to have happened, she would have to go... take the body all the way through the temple, upstairs, and then drop it out of the window. Indeed, Mr. Judge. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Yeah, but why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. So then that would be... because she's trying to... where was it? I tried to... snowmobile... wasn't there? Yeah, I'll press on, I want to make sure I press on the other option here, too. The snowmobile. Yeah, that would show up sooner or later. So we asked about the snowmobile itself. Let's ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was falling when I left Sakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then the murder took place. It already stopped. That's why there's such a fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's important. It's important, I think. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make any sense if you stack up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. What time did the... Let me check something. Time 10 through 11 p.m. Yeah, that 10 through 11 p.m. is the death time. Where's the weather? Was this it? Yeah, that was it. Snow till about 10:50. Okay. Wait a minute. So if we're looking at this, so it had stopped snowing before the murder took place. So there's a couple things I find wrong about this. First of all, if she had, as she stated earlier, if she had dragged the body, because she had to drag the body all the way to the bridge and then over the bridge, there would have been marks of the body being dragged, and that would have been hard as hell to cover up. Especially when it's done snowing, and she dragged it such a long distance to get over to that bridge. I mean, it's a fairly long distance. Especially from the garden. She would have dragged it all the way around front and through there. And then she got stopped by, after she was hiding the murder, as she said, she got stopped by bikini, so she wouldn't have as much time to go back and cover it all up. And then, also, there, yeah, right there. I was like, wait, what's going on? So lightning started at 10. That's what I was trying to make sense in my head. So the lightning started at 10, and the murder happened after the snow stopped at 10:50, and lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. That's exactly when they're saying it happened. Around 30 minutes passed between the first starting and going out. So the bridge would have been on fire. Like, even if the lightning didn't strike right away, there was still a little bit of time between the murder happening and the lightning, like, yeah. The lightning actually started before the snow even stopped. And it's saying that the lightning went, it's saying the lightning went to 11 p.m. So the lightning had to strike the bridge earlier than that, and I'm guessing she would have been trying to cross the bridge at 11 p.m., possibly. So then the lightning is a problem as well. The bridge would have been on fire. Across Dusky Bridge, and then the weather, yeah, the weather data is pointing out a contradiction here. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, which means it happened around 11 p.m. I'm sorry, Iris, but that just isn't possible. Because of how early the bridge was set on fire. This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed the bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? Wait, you didn't even know it was on... You don't mean to say you don't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way she could have crossed that bridge. Body or no body. I mean, yeah, even Phoenix didn't make it across. Imagine trying to carry a body over that bridge. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Jeez. Taking out a grunt. Me, how dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squatted right now. Squat? The important thing right now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in Hizakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time, and you're telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy. It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of explanation for this magic trick. Well, not exactly now. I know there must be some way she got across the burnout bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Oh god, that's where Larry's picture's gonna come in, isn't it? It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Wait a minute, we have Larry's picture. Oh my god, this is gonna go crazy, but it's gotta be Larry's picture. That's the only way. That's the only way the body could have, if that happened, that's the only way the body could have gone gross. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add your explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Oh my... It is so hot out. I don't want to keep complaining about that, I just... Oh, man. It's just really hot out right now. Oh... Other than walking over the bridge, there was no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there was a way to cross a burning bridge? I mean, I guess, if you're going along with Larry's logic, then yeah, somebody just flew over it. Or you technically flew over it. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is the photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Yeah, I got pretty messed up. It certainly was burned to a crisp. And one of the suspension wires is gone. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. No, I find it more amazing that Gumshoe rebuilt the bridge. Well, most of it. Clearly that would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Try, I'm only going to say this one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Oh, it's getting intense. Oh, but because if we present Larry's picture and state that the flying over, oh my god, where is this gonna fucking go? I'm gonna press on these first. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said, the body did make it across somehow. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said that you were you said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Yeah, it really does. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in the court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago? Today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, shit. You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been on a... if it had been on a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. I think it's the last statement. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. They're hinting at Larry. Oh, that's hilarious. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even I don't know the exact answer yet. It's okay. I'll start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. It's okay. They've already hinted enough at, I think, which statement do I want to present this on? Other than walking over the bridge, oh, you move a dead body. Got confused. Doesn't matter that much. Yeah, right here. I think this is the one I want to present on. I don't know. It could either be the first one or this one, or maybe it's just presented on whatever. I don't know. Yeah, Larry's sketch. Oh, come on. I didn't even read that before. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Like, that's better than I could do, probably. I don't know. Especially, just, yeah, it's not that bad. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's being pulled out of thin air. AKA your ass, Trite. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. What preposterous! That's actually kind of adorable. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. I'm sorry, I can't take that seriously one fucking bit. There is no way I can take that seriously. Try, you are lying out your ass right there. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the events. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming the victim flew through the air? And you're using the pathetic scribble to support your argument? The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it proves Larry's future as an artist. I mean, at least goes better than anything else he tries to do. Pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Wait! Wait, no, that's not it. Where is it? There it is. Turn it upside down. Oh. Oh. And then, because of that, the suspensions, that would make a lot more sense, because the suspensions aren't going towards the top of the bridge, they're going towards the bottom. And they're holding the bottom up of the bridge. So that would mean the body's falling then. Which would make sense why it's in that position. Which actually makes sense why the... Oh. Okay, I didn't even think about that. Turning the sketch upside... Yeah. That makes a lot more sense, and I'm just basing that just because of the... I'm just basing that off of the suspensions right there. These two suspensions, definitely. I would imagine they'd be connected to the bottom of the bridge. So that makes a lot more sense. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think the old Whiskerface is going to give me any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Loris Dunham is... Ooh. Let's see, the sketch is... It's not evidence of nothing. Or else there would be no point to this at all. See, if we're saying it's exactly what happened... If we're saying it's exactly what happened, does that mean we're saying that the flying is what happened? Or are we saying that the fall, or can we change that over to the falling is what happened? That's what I want to know here. You know what? I think I kind of want to go with it's exactly what happened, because I'm thinking. Then again, that's assuming that Phoenix will go with or understood what Godot meant by looking at it upside down. So that's saying that Larry saw what he saw. He saw a body falling. He didn't see a body flying. He saw a body falling. Let's go with exactly what happened. I think that's where we're going with this. It's either that or the contradiction, but I think it'd be better to go with this. Of course, the victim was Oh no! Shit! Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! Where? What? Oh no! Oh shit! I fucked up. You know? You're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then. The witness will now return to her testimony. Wait, did I actually not get penalized for that? That's amazing. I'm so surprised because that just like... Oh my god, that made like... Oh, I'm sorry Phoenix, I made you look like a huge idiot right there. I made myself look like an idiot, but I was kind of assuming, like, I was hoping that he would go with, like, the body falling off the bridge. But I think I thought a bit too ahead of that. Okay, this was the statement I presented it on. Let's do this again, and let's go with complete contradiction this time. Oh, God, it all comes back to this. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think this old whisker face is going to... Okay, it's saying the same thing now. I was gonna say, like, what would happen if I went exactly what happened again? No, I don't wanna risk it. Then it would be a complete contradiction. Cause there's no reason to bring this up if it's evidence of nothing. So, by order of elimination, that's the answer. Something's obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Lord Stunham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. What? Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? You know, wink, wink, wink. 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 This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? Mr. Wright? The answer just now. It was lethal. Wait, did I... Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, it's just embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Oh, shit. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Rethink things or point to something else? Oh, okay. Wait, then what did I... If it wasn't the flying figure... Then would it be the wires then? Would it be the wires then that I'd have to present? Point to something else. Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I'm in a tight spot now. What I really need to do is turn this case upside down. It's time to flip things around and get them straight up again in my head. You know what you're saying this time. Lord stated it over and over again. The sketch was exactly as he saw it. I mean, that was kind of funny, and I don't mind failing there just because that was kind of funny. But I wasn't trying to purposely fail there. So if it's not the body that's contradicting reality, then it would be the suspensions, because those would connect to the bottom of the bridge, right? Please don't hurt me. It's the wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. It shows the reality that's it supposedly conflicts with. It shows something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Do I have a picture of the bridge? That's a photo of Elise. That's the Hazakura Temple map. Crime photo. Tracks photo. Oh, I did. Oh, I do. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he just gave that to me. Yeah, yeah. See, the suspension wires are on the bottom. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires, but on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat. The wires are below the guard wires. What? The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. Can't call you right anymore. With someone like Loris, I admit that a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Yeah, he saw it upside down. Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for the lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky, and then sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larry must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why you remember the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how that relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Laura Stunham stated that the event, Laura Stunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene of that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laura Stunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp, and there was no way to get across it, but if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. So they just swung and oh my god, this is crazy. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far to the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yeah, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the criminal would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, the criminal... They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of the criminal. What? I'm saying it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us your explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create the pendulum? Well, I'm thinking that they would have used the one of the suspension wires. So let me check this picture. Yeah, okay, so if we see here in the picture, one of the suspension wires is hanging straight down, whereas the other one, like, these are the only long enough rope slash wire things that could have been used to swing somebody across like a pendulum. So, and the one that's missing, I'm guessing this picture's taken from the angle I think it's taken from. So if we're looking at the right side of the picture, that's where the inner temple is, and the left side would be to the normal areas like Heavenly Hall and all that. So the suspension that was cut off is the one on the side near the inner temple, which means it could have been easily just taken off and used as the pendulum. So that would have been what was used to swing the body over. And what is the meaning of this? If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Very glorious beard indeed. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Lee Stunham's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Did they swing on like Tarzan across it too? Because that would have been amazing. Extreme chugging. Mr. Godot. Oh god, he's still going. Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. I don't even know how there's that much coffee in that cup, honestly. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were high. So I suppose it's not that impossible after all. And it's still got coffee in it. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Try, I wonder if you can prove that what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Well, okay, if we're thinking about it this way, so we're saying it was flung over like a pendulum, and I remember talking about the body falling, so maybe the body falling could have been caused from that, but I don't know what evidence has that stated on it with the body falling. There's also the fact that the crystal ball was found over there. If we look at this. Found on the outcropping near Dusky Bridge's blood on it came from the victim's staff. So that would explain why that's there as well. Did the autopsy report state her falling? Body fell 10 feet after death. Is that the exact amount it would fall if it swung over like that? I'm thinking the main one I want to point out here is that that's the reason the body fell 10 feet. You know what, let's go with it. I think that's what I want to say here. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at this map, we can see that it's one of the... We can see it's the one that was in front of Inner Temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from over here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because the body fell. Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after death. 10 feet, huh? It's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body swung over due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impacts, this crystal spear was knocked loose. That's... Yes, the bloodstained amethyst crystal, which was inside of the staff, which means she had her staff on her anyway. Which is confusing me now. So she did have her staff on her. Still. Because the staff ended up over where the body was. Yeah, never mind. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm just... It's the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And more important is the place where the crystal spear was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. So yeah, the crystal was found over there. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Yeah, I could use that right now. It would be a little bit sticky. Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and that would be... the aroma. Huh? Excuse me? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. I guess. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese, so can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice laying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple's side? So... if we're still going with the problem that... like... okay, let me rephrase that. We're still going with the fact that Dahlia was... or Dahlia being channeled was on the Inner Temple side. That means Dahlia is the one who swung it over. So Iris is the one that actually intercepted it. So who's the person on the Hazakura Temple side? That would be Iris. Because she was on the Hazakura Temple side to begin with, and that's also why she got saw by Bikini, or Bikini saw her. So Iris was definitely the one on this side. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini can never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Try it. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about the whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying the witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple. Wait! Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... No! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, my head is moving out! Oh my god! There's no one beside Iris who could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach during this trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. It's Dahlia! Oh my god, oh my god, dude. Holy crap. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... It's Dahlia. It could only be Dahlia. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Kinda sounds like jingle bells. Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. The file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Oh my god. Holy crap. I'm sweating even more from this, and I'm already sweating because it's hot. Oh man. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Oh my god, my head's exploding right now. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body. The Karain channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. So she's being channeled. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. And is it Maya then? What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe that a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of the plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. And the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. And then, if I'm correct here, and Maya is the one that actually that's actually Maya right there, channeling Dahlia, then that explains why Pearl couldn't do it. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means Iris was at dinner. The Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? The whole channeling of the channeling of the spirit of the Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's only one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Wait, what? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the inner lightning strike. Wait, what? Oh my god, that just threw me off, Godot. Please don't throw me off that much. I was just starting to understand things. I was just starting to understand. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris had received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have any spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was... Wait a minute. Then, would it have happened when... Because there was, when there's the locks on the door where Maya was staying. Would it have happened then? When they were doing the locks and then she ran off. When Iris ran away from Edgeworth. It could have happened then. That's what I'm thinking. That's the only time it could have happened. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. When Edgeworth was scared from the earthquake. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give the murder suspect time to move around freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Oh, do I have to sell out Edgeworth for this? Oh, this just makes me feel like a dirtbag now. Now I don't want to do it. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about it was Edgeworth. Sadly, this is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake? Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might. And that's what I thought, that's the time they took. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, They had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now, see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. So, oh, it is her! Holy crap. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. I guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Oh my goodness, holy crap. Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. It's you kidding me? You're ending there? No, we're not stopping here. No, we can't stop. No, you can't stop here. You can't stop here on me. Come on, man. It was getting so intense. No, we're continuing onward. I don't even care. We're moving right along. 1:06 p.m. It's been, how long has it been? 3 hours since this trial started already? Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Wow, that's almost like realistic with the amount of time I've been, well, no. I think I've only been recording for like 2 hours now. No, maybe an hour and a half. I don't know anymore. Whatever, I don't feel like checking. Well, witness. Yes, how can you help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're going to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. The stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's my rule. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's my rule as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? The plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Huh, are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She even thought she could finally regain her lost honor, the honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took the place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? And the only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The real horrible one was that woman. The bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all over her broken dreams, broken hopes and dreams on that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Just like to mention, that is one sneer right there. That is one sneer. That is quite a sneer. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, and remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and, naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pulled on Iris. Yeah, we're still moving. It's still part of this. You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame this crime on your younger sister, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they'd think it was Iris that had done it, and the witness in the case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. What do you mean by that? You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay. But I'm thinking that she's currently using Maya Fay's body. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. You sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? I'm still thinking that Maya, she's using Maya's body right now. Let me check something real quick. Because the outfit, too, even looks... Can we even see... No, we can't see her outfit there, but it kind of looks like Maya's outfit, too. I don't know. I'm thinking she's using Maya's body. I'm hoping Maya's not dead. I'm really hoping it's not going down this way. You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? It's not like that woman. I only acted in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was... for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Is this a new statement? I think it is. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end I died for myself. I'm thinking of the reason she would want Maya dead. Unless... Unless she was getting revenge on Mia for that. Maybe she was getting revenge on Mia because Mia fucked everything up for her. Back during that trial. And during both trials, actually. During the first trial, where the guy killed himself with the poison, and then during the one with Phoenix. So, maybe she wanted revenge on Mia, but since Mia was already dead, the next best thing to get revenge on would be Maya. I lived long enough myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think to get revenge. Revenge? Yeah, okay, so she was. She wanted revenge on Mia. It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Then for I believe the last statement. Now, the reason you killed her was because you wanted revenge on Mia. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either. You want to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. As I thought, so it was that. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when a dead body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with the woman's plans. Just for that, just so you would kill Maya, just for that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Huh, don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30, I materialized into this world and quickly pinned my hair up and put my demon warding hood on. Then I picked up the staff and was by the side and left for Sakura Temple. So, it was at least Dunham who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun had never noticed a thing. Oh god, the cheeks! She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Oh dear. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. Well, I'm just still thinking that it's currently Maya that's channeling her. I don't actually have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's tear-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore that I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? Or was it Pearl? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall, Maya and Pearls. Pearls went in there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The files had already started to gather, or flies. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on my cell. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse, as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. And it was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one who had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would assume it. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that actually summoned my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? When I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I was unable to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is? Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. And oh my god, this music too. No, as soon as I mentioned the music being good! Come on, man! Order. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that while I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than Your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed herself. Killed her God, that got bleak. That was a bleak mistake. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself from Eagle... Well, jeez, that's just bleak anyway. Oh my god. So intense. I don't even have, like, any... I'm sorry, I don't have, like, too many comments on this. I'm just going along with the story. Like, holy crap. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Wait, is that... Theme. The theme. That's really nice. That's a really nice... That's a really nice ringtone. I mean, I know it's like his usual song, isn't it? But it's like... That's really nice! Sorry, I just really like that. Oops, sorry. That's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It's a really good ringtone, that's what that is. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the logs from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just got finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found in the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. Oh. Damn. Because if I'm mistaken about her, like, what? I can't even remember her name now. Dahlia, okay. If I'm mistaken about Dahlia being channeled by Mia, then, or being channeled by Maya, then this is just, oh my god. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River. It can't be. Ha. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. Well, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But then her body would be on the coast. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Well, what? Because of the coast. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. And I know you wear panties. I've seen them. Just relax and think the whole thing through again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright? Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? I guess it would be the map. Yeah, it would be this. Just be this, generally. It would be the map. Because, it shows right there, whoops, let me go back to checking it. It shows right there that if she jumped from the inner temple side, she just would have died. And they would have been able to see her body. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should have been able to see her body in in the photo. Ha, so you finally figured it out. You... Order. You're just playing with me. My Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Godot's like over there like, hey, you just stole my line, motherfucker. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself in the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. So Maya is the one currently channeling her. Now, although it seems improbable, there is one other place she could be. What? What is the one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. If I'm correct, that is the option. Just with, like, everything I've been saying, everything I'm going along with it, we're just going straight for it. She's in this courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Maya Fey is here. You're saying she's in my courtroom? Of course. She's the man behind the mask. She was Godot all along. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see? So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniffling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. And that's why I assumed Maya. That's why I assumed Maya was the one doing it. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Really? It's gonna make me go get Maya's profile? This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. I don't have enough popcorn for this shit. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. And my ice rocking around in that bottle as I try to cool myself down. Sorry. I'm sorry if that's loud. I don't think it's loud, but I really hope it's not too loud. But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right, but if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you, and there's only one reason. To protect yourself from you. To protect yourself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were the only one interested in one thing. The path to the inner temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run, so the problem became, where would the safest place be to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All along you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Don't say that. You're saying that I was played for a fool by that little whelp. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have to be impossible. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This is the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh, Mia! Oh, shit! Oh, God, this case just got everybody! Oh! Wipe out the sweat again. Oh! Mia! Mia Fey! It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back on the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness, which means she was kicked out of Maya's mother's body. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. Oh, never mind. Then it wasn't the switch over. Then it was, yeah, it was just Maya losing consciousness. Okay, never mind. It could have been either way for me. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearls didn't probably understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it? Dahlia Hawthorne, your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame. What you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Dahlia... Just... Give me a minute. Not talking correctly. However, went to meet with the sister. The truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was all because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. You spinster. You were supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore to. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. And I wouldn't have been hanged to death. Or I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You'll never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And it's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Jeez. I'm not ready to go. Holy crap. Holy crap. Is that the Magatama sign? Yeah, that is. Nick, sis. Holy crap, dude. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell, and where the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of the wicked selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of the Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel spirits again. Your Honor? Yes? What is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concentrated effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my years on this bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And this is why this guy is best judge. You know, there's best girls and there's, you know, best guys and all that. No, this is best judge. Right here. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, best judge. 2016 and 20, whenever this game came out, best judge. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Oh, I never thought of it that way. And I love this judge so much more than Canadian judge. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Azakura Temple.
Objection.
Godot. What's the matter with you? Why? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Oh, yeah. Shit. It's strange, but... I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed by the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. As I thought is going to be Maya. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's been through? We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. This beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this all by yourself. That's enough. This court was now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up there. My sister, I felt so sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong, and she never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yeah. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's half-sister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense lawyers. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. And around 10:30 I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but... The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. Alright, let's do this as you said. It was me. I was the one who received the body. The murder weapon had been left in the body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Bay. So I dressed her up in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, we'll see you later. Or I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you later. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not too worried. She'll recover completely, but emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... She's learned who Elise Dunham really was. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge, which means they were stuck in the Inner Temple side for almost the entire day. Exactly, so the criminal was someone that wasn't at Hazakura Temple the following day. Or was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Oh man, it's really intense. And we're gonna keep going. We're so close to the end. There's no way I'm stopping here, man. 3:36 p.m. now. And we're back in court. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, test. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, the full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Man, poor Maya. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is... I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this moment, young lady. Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. You were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't... Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be very hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Placing the garden on the way to spare prep room when it happened. What else? Who else was in the inner temple on that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth must met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she was so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person, but after that your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. I was really having a hard time. What should I do? I don't think pressing her right now is really good. She's in a really bad state. I think it's gonna be bad if I do that. Let's not. Considering the conditions at the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Yeah, and considering she might have not seen the attacker at all. Huh. So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. Just what happened after you were struck on the head? Up in the stone lantern. What happened afterward? My attacker was on the front and was in front of me, blocking up my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around in my mind at that time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Oh, God. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen. I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? Oh no, I have no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robe. I thought the person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Wait and see. What did you scream? My last hope. I am interested in my last hope. I think that's the one I'm most interested in right now. Let's go with that. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Why is that doing so well up there? Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Wait, what? What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. The person, that's who I was screaming to for help. Wait, so she's saying somebody was behind the attacker, then that could have been the person that stabbed, Misty Faye, because she had a stab wound from behind. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Wait, huh? What? She trying to... Why is she hiding stuff from us? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my specifically a man, behind my attacker, by the light of the stone lantern. Well, before I press on that statement, I do want to, the guy screamed, "Help me." Yeah, this was the one I just pressed on. I do want to choose the other option here. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? So I was a complete wreck. Star couldn't see my attacker, man, child, adult, I had no idea. I soiled your robes. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. Oh, can I not ask about that now? I thought there was another option there. Maybe I don't... Oh well. Let's see, I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern, but the stone lantern couldn't be used that night, if we remember, because the wick was ruined, right? Or it wasn't... Yeah, the wick wasn't working. If that was the reason I remember correctly. So the stone lantern wasn't lit at all. Does it have that in the evidence? Does it state that on the stone lantern? The lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit on the night of the crime, yeah, so that wasn't lit on the night of the crime. I'm gonna press on the rest of these first, but before I present that. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was close. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. And something warm splashed over me. You don't mean, was it... I don't know it. I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that's when Miss Dunham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness. So, what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that. No, I haven't gotten any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 3 years now. When she hides something, I can tell by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Yeah, that's really obvious she's hiding something, but the reason the confusion here isn't the fact that she's hiding something, it's why she's hiding something. Like, why is she trying to... It feels like she's trying to protect the person that actually committed the murder. Now, where was, I could see the man behind the light of the stone lantern, yeah. But the stone lantern couldn't be lit that night. So, there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya. You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and is quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya. On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no way to anywhere in the there was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Wait, why do you want Mr. Godot to explain this? Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Or, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. Café au lait. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I don't really try to pronounce stuff like that very often. Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her attacker in front of her. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Bay saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions? Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? The man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Who... She saw him in the dark. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's lost-long mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Who would this be? Alright, Mr. Wright, then time to show us what you've got. Who is the person that Miss Faye saw in the dark? Okay, the person she saw in the dark has... So they have to be on our list. So, if we're looking at people she could see in the dark... It would be impossible. He wasn't here. No. There's no... It'd be hard to see her in the dark. No, it couldn't be. No. No, no. No, that's wrong, no. No, that's... But that's... I mean, it would make sense if she could see him because of the whole thing on his face, but... It just... Godot there? Why would Godot be there? That's what doesn't make sense to me. This is... But... He's like the only person you could see in the dark, right? But she's trying to protect him for some reason. Really... But he really is the only person you could see in the dark out of all these people. Like, especially since there's no mention of a flashlight or anything. It was pitch black. He's the only possible person for this. Because of the whole lights on his helmet. Because I remember, like, a lot of the court scenes where, like, the lights go out in the court. His face is still lit up. You can see that. Then it's gotta be Godot. But I don't understand why it's like this. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. And... What? What? This is... But it can't be. Ha. Oh dear. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone? This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you even denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. God, I have no idea where this is going. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's just as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little bit confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume that the criminal was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I have a feeling I'm just going to need to press on everything here because oh my god. Man, this is like... they raised the difficulty with this case, because... Holy crap, dude. Compared to the last couple cases, this one right here. This one's crazy. This one's just blowing my mind at every corner. When I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor. Let's just press on these. So you lost consciousness when you were there in the garden, is that right? Yeah, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yeah, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. So am I gonna... Okay, so... Am I gonna have to come back to that statement then? By the time I got back to the garden, totally changed. She doesn't know... But you're saying that she doesn't have enough confidence in it. I'll have to ask her again. Well, I'll keep pressing on with the other things. If I find more information, then I'll go back and try this. Or that question, which was... Just, by the time I got... Okay, by the time I got back to the garden. Remember that one? Hopefully I'll remember to go back and check that. The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit. Yeah, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it'd be possible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. And all the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So, you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did really look odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangle shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Oh god, this is just putting Godot in a really bad spot now because, Godot was surprised to find out that there was still blood on the lantern. Because Godot had no idea there was blood on this, and he was extremely surprised by that. But if he had cleaned up, what was on, the snow on the ground, it would make sense that he wouldn't notice the stone lantern and left that alone. Which would explain why the stone lantern was left like it was after the murderer had cleaned up the area, if the murderer was Godot. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. God, but then why would Godot even... Oh my god, this is crazy, dude. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. But what if he didn't know exactly what snow was stained with blood because of eyesight problems? It looks like there were some mysteries behind the issue. but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yeah, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw the man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene, but for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. I was just lying there in the training hall floor. Okay, do I want to press... I think this was the one, yeah. Do I want to press on this again? I'll see if this has changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yeah, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yeah. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that had happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motive. What reason is there to go through so much trouble to protect you? The torches were lit and the body was gone. Is this a new statement? No, that's not a new statement. I think that was there before. So, I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up what happened. So this is the statement I'm focusing on right now, so... because that's the new one. So there's still the problem, like, we're trying to point this, well, at least right now, we're thinking that it's Godot. So, if he was doing this for your sake and cleaning this all up, let's say we're not saying this is Godot at all. Like, let's just say we're talking about a murder in general, and they were doing this for your sake. Why would they leave the stone lantern there with the blood on it that had Maya written on it? That's one of the big problems there. Why wouldn't they just clean that off after they went through all that trouble of cleaning everything else off? Obviously, this is hinting that Godot is most likely the murderer, or at least hinting at it. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakar Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The stone that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that still seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone and lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't he wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Oh god, Godot, you know. But Godot knows, too. But I'm just... Oh my god, this situation's so fucking messed up, dude. Why would the killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Because he had no idea about it. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya. The killer didn't notice it. Yeah, because we're definitely thinking about Godot here. So the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way a normal person would. But that magnificent bastard over there... What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? This guy right here. I don't know where it's gonna go from here, but yeah, only Godot could have. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back at the moment when it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Huh, nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just a minute. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the... Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about before, when I was mentioning that. That was one of the things that I didn't notice. Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, Prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Ha. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, you're admitting it. Are you admitting that you couldn't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Ray has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does one little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. Mrs. Rich, do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Wait, is he talking about... Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Yeah, because he didn't know how much of the snow had blood on it, so he removed all of it in the general area. Your Honor, you said it yourself. If they wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out the snow just in that area? Yes, why didn't they take just that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? No, because the torches were actually lit afterward. We know that. Because even, I remember them stating when we went and looked at it that the torches were actually lit. They had previously been lit. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. They would have been able to see fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait, Maya? Wait, just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't fall because she was channeling, Dahlia. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please, listen to me. Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha, nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling my spirit, and my spirit left me, as it were. But that little girl was there at the inner temple, too. After the incident, Pearl was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first, and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearlie Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Oh my god. Oh. I have no idea where this is going. This is just... slight idea where it's going, but... Just... it's crazy. It's crazy. I was stuck on the inner temple side that night. So, where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunham. The next morning, she looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Yeah, I didn't even know there was a storage shack. Next day, when the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she at least had one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have thrown herself to Pearls, or shown herself. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? It's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? Huh? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense just ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Well, we actually have some leverage on the judge for once. That's rare. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So we had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I had to find the crack in Godot's armor. Well, I cross-examined Maya, that is. Yeah, it's, Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha. Cut it out. You're making me blush. Baka. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with the fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way, I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Wait, what? Well, the important one I really want to know about is Godot's investigation, but I kinda just want to ask about him cheering Pearl up, you know. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. That was a pretty cool line, actually, but still. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Miss Elise Dunham. Do I have to go all the way back to that yep. That statement. He found Pearly, chewed her right up. Was that the one, or was it... Yeah, I think this was the one. Cheering Pearly up. You chewed her up. That's what Pearly said. Yep, him blushing again. Yeah, now we're gonna ask about his, investigation. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. Just yell your questions while pointing at somebody. That's how you do that. Alright, Godot's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. And the only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a hue of aroma Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there you headed to the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? Oh, yeah, because he wouldn't have been able to know that... He wouldn't have known that was a poster of Misty Faye before the gravy was on there. That's why he had to have been there before to have seen that it was actually a poster of Misty Faye. He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. Probably was also stuck on that side of the night. The next room, she couldn't find it. Next day, finally spare room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the temple for the first time. Is this the one I'm gonna have to present it on? Or, let me go through this. Pearly cheered her up. Is there anything after that? Nope, there's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? Yeah. So then, is it gonna be that statement I'm gonna have to present it on? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. This is the only one talking about that. And he wouldn't have known this was Misty Faye, because, like, that's completely covered up. And he probably wouldn't know the symbol. Or at least I don't think he would. Misty Faye's image is obscured in, like, it's completely covered in gravy, and that's what he was talking about. So why did he know that was Misty Faye on there? Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But... Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? Would it still smell good by now? I don't know. I think it smelled pretty bad at this point. It's been a couple days. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more of a, more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that the picture with Misty Faye was on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, You were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that the crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Well, if we're thinking this way, then the only possible way anyone would know about the plan was obviously the burnt letter, because this has all the details of the plan. And so this would have been the only way somebody would have known how to stop this. It has to be that. That's the only thing it could be. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had to read these instructions long before Pearls had ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you're saying this crafty killer is me? You bet I am. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder cannot have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? Oh, come on, I actually kind of understood. That was a good one. They're all good, actually, but still. It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in the case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of the hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plan, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took the person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? That girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. Huh, the killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect the witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. And that would be Mia. Only possible explanation for that. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia. Faye. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honest piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando, isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this case is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Faye's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But, in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense lawyer at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I can never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years, and the worst possible news was waiting for me. Ah, Mia Faye was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Faye never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Faye. Huh? You mean me? Also like to mention this music is amazing. It's getting me kind of emotional here. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearly Faye. But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So, my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always? That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve was to protect you, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough, we met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl? Oh man, listen to the music. The last song was amazing. Holy crap. That last song was tugging on heartstrings there and everything. Oh my goodness. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't have been able to do it herself. As Master of the Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. I'm kind of seeing where I think I know where this is going. Oh my god, man. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense lawyer. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him from his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Oh my god, this is getting heavy, man. This is getting fucking heavy. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? The time of the murder. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just when I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back the enemy behind her, or at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Those red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha. Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Even if we do find Godot guilty, I'm not going to be happy about it, man. So I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Lights shining in the dark. Don't you think you can make a mistake about that? Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering up for him anymore, but I don't know about the lights. She's not trying to cover for him anymore. She's giving her on it, like, she's being honest here. So I don't think, because she passed out and all that, I don't think we should press on this. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Yeah, that's like one of those details I don't think she'd be able to know perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Well, I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yeah, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yeah, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, then they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yeah, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Whoa. So then that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, it could have been the dagger that was used to stab, though. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. The other dagger that we found that had blood on it. It sounds reasonable deduction, but I still it sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I mean, if we're thinking about maybe the dagger was... So there was already... So, Maya already was splattered with blood. And this is after Dahlia was stabbed. So we had Dahlia scream, she was stabbed, Maya got some blood on her. And then... now... the killer was stabbed, which we're thinking is Godot still. It's gotta be Godot at this point. So... maybe... he was stabbed with a dagger instead. The dagger we just got recently in our evidence. Maybe he used the sword, and then he didn't pull it out yet. And then the dagger was used to... Yeah, this was submitted by Godot as well, which would explain why he knew about this so early compared to everyone else. Maybe it wasn't in a tree, or maybe it wasn't a tree, I don't know. Oh my goodness. There is a contradiction though, there's gotta be. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create enormous contradictions. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. It's gotta be the dagger. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back with the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? It's gotta be this. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. And since I believe I'm correct in saying this, Dahlia didn't actually know about the sword staff to begin with, then it would make sense that she had a dagger on her. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood had already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So, you're saying that the blood on the dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of the doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Wright. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought it to me. There was already a bloodstain on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. Oh, crap. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip on them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. Yeah, but then we're talking about when the lights went off on Godot's mask. So I'm thinking that maybe he got stabbed, he got stabbed near the face. And if he got stabbed near the face, he could cover that up with his mask. And that's why the lights fell off. That's why they went out. Or they either fell out or they stopped working or something because he was stabbed in the face. That would explain this. So he wasn't actually stabbed anywhere that was seeable. He could cover it up easily if he had a mask on. And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the Inner Temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order in the court. Oh god, that went way too fast. I didn't even get to read that. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut the bridge down. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just take his smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed... That way he wouldn't get any blood on... No, that's stupid. Come on, man. That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Wright, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Wright. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for an unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Means he gets one try. Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence that I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Wright. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. So is it actually under his mask? Because that's what I'm thinking. I think the wound's under his mask. Like, it would make sense. It just makes sense with everything. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded, and that was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. Yep, it is behind the mask. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid his wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got to say. Where was the location where you say the killer hid his wound? Do I have his mask somewhere in here? No, I don't have it. I don't have his mask in here. Could I just... Would it work if I presented his profile and said his face is there? Like, he hid it on his face. Like, under his mask. I don't have his mask in the evidence, because... Yeah, there's nothing... I don't have his mask in the evidence or anything, so I can't go from there. So it'd have to be on his body, which would be his face. And a profile is showing his face, I guess. That's like the closest thing I have. That's... Yeah, it's gotta be his face, because he hid it under his mask. There's no way he could have hidden it anywhere else. Huh, I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on, through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison, and then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could ever find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply the desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was an arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. God, I have chills all over, man. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Huh, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Holy crap, dude. I've got nothing to say at this point. Like, what can I really say right now? This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved with the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very clearly. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 6 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 6 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you, you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice. The first time you met was on the fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met was 6 months ago later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Oh. Oh dear. For those 6 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. Oh God. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 6 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at any moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her first place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 6 months passed and I still couldn't get back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris! After spending half a year by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh man. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright? Oh, that's great. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, that's great. Oh man, that's fantastic. Oh, I wish the judge was drinking coffee too. That would have been amazing. The purpose of this trial was to rule the murder of the victim, Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. That's the words that we've been waiting for. Not guilty. Oh, man. Court is now adjourned. Holy crap, dude. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant's Lobby number 1. So, I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. Oh, Mia. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant, but I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only possible way. You mean, with that verdict. I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good as out there today. You were as good out there today as any defense lawyer could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Your sister. That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... come on, cut it out with a gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Franziska. Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Oh, it's the whole group. Man. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right, I guess no one ever filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I already fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, Franziska. I don't suppose. Oh, Larry. Oh, look at you. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? No. Get out of here. You're not allowed to be here. The music! Oh, Larry, we forgot about you! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. Holy crap, now this is the biggest surprise in this case! Hold up a minute! Is Larry actually thinking about his actions for once? That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me. Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, shit, I don't know. Let me think about this for a minute. You could draw pictures, I guess. Yeah, do children book. Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah, those portraits you painted. They were okay. Isn't that right, Edgy? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? I think that's just his normal face. Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can say that it's lacking resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and it's worth something. So then, you'll do it, like you promised. You're going to model for my next picture book, Frenzy's Whiplash Splash. Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Yeah, wait a minute, where is Pearl? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearlie. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded in this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she was. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Well, I don't think she'd have to be... So with all the people that it's gotta be Pearl. Like, there's no reason for her to be strong for her sister. Because her sister is the one that, you know, should be strong for her. So it'd have to be... Not Maya. Pearl. It'd have to be Pearl. She's being strong for Pearl. Pearl Fey. The poor kid, after all, the reason she worked up so hard to follow these instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Yeah, and she also had her ship broken now because, you know, there's the Iris and Phoenix ship now going pretty strong. So there isn't the Phoenix and Maya ship anymore. It's pretty much kind of gone over to the Phoenix and Iris. But it's a cruel irony that it led to the exuberance but it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, Gumshoe! Oh, yeah. Oh hey, this is where you all were. Well, looks like we got a bunch here today. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Wait, can you afford that? Yeah, afford that? My salary's just sort of kinda gone down in a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Pretty good work, Scruffy. The whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't... Oh, no. Trust bien, where else? Oh, I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya? What's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? Wait, where'd she go? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. The Sakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly is here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Oh, she cleaned that off. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearl's. Mystic Maya. Pearly. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me, until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart that would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's a photo. Ah. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what a human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. That's adorable. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we will always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is the day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna start making a brand new, start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three for when you come back. Wahaha, ho ho ho, hee hee. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is the battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside... no thanks. I'd rather not. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special training course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know? I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Wait, is this gonna be what I think it is? Well, then. Here goes nothing. Oh, objection! Oh, great. Oh, amazing. Holy crap. This is the end of the game, wow. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Korean and the office managers are in equal opposites, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Holy crap. Damn, man. Kinda sad this is over. This is a great game. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is missing my, he went through the special course and all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Phoenix actually went through with it? Wow. Holy crap, dude. Oh, this game was amazing. Oh, Godot got a new coat! Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Aw, that's sweet. Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess the dirty, shabby old overcoat is more tentative like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Aw, that's adorable. That's the relationship I care about right there. Those two. Oh, hey, Andrews. Mr. Wright. I am once again, thanks to you, the Treasure of the Crane exhibit were great. God, it going so fast, I even sent Bismarck Karma was here. She taught me how to use a whip, and I said I must show... And said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh, crap. Yeah, that's a little scary. Oh, hey, it's you. Dusty and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals, kind of... I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Oh, jeez. Mr. Wright, I want to thank you for exterminating Don Tigre. I returned the $500,000 along with the tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win thorough compromise. Heh. Oh dear. Oh, it's Godot. I'm just an old man in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed old flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Oh crap, it's... As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glen Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is... Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My! More reporters! Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because we provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wahaha! Ho ho ho! Oh man, this game was amazing. Amazing! You turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here on the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh, it is the ship wars now. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Oh. This is interesting. I don't think I recognize any of these voice actors. I don't know if they're like common voice actors or they're more like game-oriented voice actors. I don't really know voice actors that voice act for games very well. If they were like an anime voice actor, I may notice them or recognize the name, like an English dub voice actor. But then again, I'm still not very good at recognizing their names. There's very few I do recognize. Oh God, David Crislin. That's quite a voice right there. Oh God, Oldbag, what's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation, and no one here's to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy couldn't. Oh, what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Ejipu, oh God, oh God, it's going. Yeah, I can't read this. I'm just gonna try to skim over it. Oh God, the tada is back. I finally found something I love to do. Frenzy's Whiplash Splash is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. It's like he's talking about me. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Oh, that's a nice picture. Of course they don't include Larry in the picture. That's fine, that's fine. Oh, that's really nice. So that is everything, I believe. Oh, wow. Thank you everyone for watching. Me stumble through Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations. That was an amazing game. It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. If anybody's wondering, next game I will be playing is going to be Danganronpa 2. I'm first going to do a little episode 0 for Danganronpa 2, which will just be asking if you guys want me to play the sub or the dub. So, you know, I'll get a couple, like, maybe 1 or 2 people just tell me what they would prefer. Because I haven't really looked into it myself, but I'm unsure what. I thought I might as well ask, since I have the option. But, yeah, thank you guys for watching.